Hello, hello. I accidentally forgot to turn my mic on before I started. Anyway, howdy, hello, and welcome on back to Dredge. Can I say I'm very proud of the name of the title of the stream because it took me a minute because I was like, oh man, I'm probably gonna beat Dredge right about now. So I'm like, what am I supposed to name it? And then I'm like, getting to the bottom of Dredge. There we go. I don't know. Maybe feel free to disagree with me, but I feel like that is a perfect title. Like that is genuinely something that's like, to me at least, I'm like, oh yeah. Anyway, let's continue. Dredge in the depths. See? It all works out beautifully. Anyway, it seems like I'm going mad. Probably ought to take a little nap. See, what do you need, man? Oh, okay. Seems like my progress wasn't like fully saved. The scientist looks taken aback. He consults some papers on his desk, then leafs through an old encyclopedia. This is remarkable. Some of these species, have you caught these before? They haven't been seen outside the fossil record since, well, never. Suppose it could make sense. The fissure opening caused some kind of disturbance in the deep, possibly? Spooking some of these fish up the water column? I'll run some tests on these. The scientist is interrupted by the foreman outside shouting through his megaphone again. The foreman bellows an order. Engage reverse gear. Get that drill out of there. Yeah, Gale Cliffs. Ah, hell. That's enough. Drill's clear. I repeat, drill's clear. Shut it down. As I was saying, I'll run some quick tests on these specimens, though from the sounds of things, you may have some additional samples to gather. Seems the reservoir is more unstable than we anticipated. Even with the drill removed, it appears the fissure is continuing to expand. Fortunately, there have been reports of contaminants leaking from the fissure in the isolated pockets. There was always a chance this might happen. The engineer at the factory has been working on a system to siphon such contaminants from the water. I'd very much like a canister of it. I've been trying to keep a record of where all that dark liquid has been showing up. Come see me if you need pointing to any contamination patches. Alright. Foreman says we're due to start an extension to the building soon. Don't tell anyone from the corp about this place. Doing you a favor, you know. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna get an achievement real quick. And there we go, fresh fish, even though the only thing I got is this perfect little crab. Alright. Alright. Now, I'll take that. Tech lab. That's everything. We'll get to work. The tech lab is fully built now. Cool. These modules can be attached to your ship. Placement's flexible too. Can be wired up to wherever they need to go. Interesting. Interesting. Woman stood just inside the doorway, sketching a design in a notebook. Hey there, welcome to the factory. I'm the lead engineer here. Alright. So I think for now, I'm gonna rest. And yeah, I'm just gonna head on out. Oh yeah, what's new? Nice. You know, honestly, I'm just gonna follow this thing. Seems like a fine idea. Ah, here we go. There we go. You know, honestly, I've not even used the spyglass, so let's see it. Okay, that's kind of neat looking. It's a little nauseating, though. Factory's core facilities have been improved. We can make some more items now. that? Ah. Basic trauma. Yeah, I'm thinking I don't have that. Come on, pick it up. Oh, look at that remedial apparatus. Wow, that's good. Wait, what? What? No. What the fuck was that? Oh, you don't fucking buy fish here. God damn it. Sorry, don't mind me. I'm just mad. It's fine. I got more money than I know what to do with, so not a big deal. I just accidentally sold it and had to buy it for money. It's the principle of the matter. It's the principle of it. Oh, I know. I wanted to repair my ship. There we go. Interesting. Yeah, frankly, I'm kind of thinking just do that. Whoa, look at this guy. Oh, you mad I'm taking the gun? Yeah, I wonder if it respawns too. Yeah. Ah, okay. Alright. Catch some sleep, then get on back to finding out what's the deal with all this stuff. Yeah, so what samples do you need? Oh, okay. These all seem cool. But not here, I got this. He holds up to the light. For a moment, the fluorescent bulbs in the room flicker and buzz, light recoiling in a pattern against the ceiling. Thank you. It's always important to know what we're dealing with in operations such as these. If he saw anything noteworthy about the liquid, he doesn't let on. Oh, and don't forget about the other thing I asked you to do. Have you had time to gather samples from Gale Cliffs? No. Alright. Undock. Let's Yep. Whoa. Gonna get rid of that. Yeah, what's required for this? Shallow. Now you I can get though. Swordfish! Yay! That's fun. Another swordfish, I'm guessing. Oh, I gotta go. Okay. What is making all that noise? Ah. These scary little eyes. But don't you understand? I need this ooze for my job. Oh man, I got that sick song from Alan Wake stuck in my head now. Dark, twisted, and cruel. Dark, twisted, and cruel. I love that song. I love Alan Wake too, man. Oh, one of my favorite games. Selling everything. Getting rid of that. And now, taking a nap. Alright, hey, sorry. I don't know, I got here and then realized I was not prepared at all to speak. I'm still really not, but, gonna try my best. The scientist inserts a syringe into each of the creatures, now laying long dead on the slab. From each, in turn, he draws a vial of fluid. This will only take a moment. Some vials contain the type of blood you might expect, deep and red, catching glints of light from the fluorescent bulbs overhead. Other corpses yield a dark, clotted substance that seems to crawl into the vial by itself. It shimmers with a quiet iridescence, as if lit from inside. He places the vials of what should be fish blood in a rack in front of him. Down in the deep, something begins to brush against the legs of the rig. Oh, what's that? Oh, that's pretty cool. Something gigantic, something incredibly powerful, gripping the rig. So, it's really here. Scientist steps away from the nearby window, knuckles still white from gripping the frame moments before. Fisherman, the structure, the people on it can't stand up to this. I had a student. She was developing some technology. He turns back and presses his forehead against the glass. It was a way of communicating, I suppose. We were working on emulating a language that we didn't fully understand. She began to twist the words. But she didn't agree with Ironhaven's methods, so, leveraging my role on the board for the Research Society, pulled some strings and had her posted far away, to Stellar Basin. Please, go and find her. I hope she's progressed her research sufficiently to help us. And, while you're there, try to catch some of the local specimens. I think they're the key to understanding what we're here for. Okay, alright. Eagle shark, sea slug, Carigumachella, tripod spiderfish. Tripod spiderfish? Huh. Abyssal, oceanic, hadal. Alright. Well, for now though, I'm gonna rest. The tentacles seem angry. I'm not surprised. Okay. Can you believe the size of that squid? Shaking the whole damn rig. Doesn't seem like it should be possible. The legs are anchored pretty deep. We're making good progress in getting the factory fully operational. Fisherman, I think you're going to like what we can make here now. Okay. You know what, frankly, get rid of all that stuff. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Dude, whales are awesome, man. And terrifying. Like, it's so crazy to me how big whales are, man. Like, you kind of forget about it. Like, I don't know. I feel like I've definitely seen whales in person. But, like, I don't know how big of a whale I've seen in person. Like, what like, the biggest whale I've seen. Because I'm like, I don't know if I've actually seen, like, a blue whale out in the wild. I feel like I might have, maybe when I was younger and I, like, lived in Florida. But like, are blue whales near Florida? Like, can you, even if you're going out in the ocean, can you see a blue whale? Because I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. Like, I know blue whales have, like, a specific place. But, like, I've definitely seen, like, an orca. And, like, orca is, like, I don't know how they compare to, like, all whales, but they're definitely smaller. I mean, are they even technically a whale? We call them killer whales, but, like, they're porpoise, right? You know? Which is, like, just like a whale but smaller, you know, like dolphins. Are belugas also porpoises? I don't know. What about like manatees? What are manatees categorized as? Yeah, those guys breathe underwater, right? They don't breathe air, so they're. Do they breathe air? Huh. I don't know. Now I have to look up manatee. But yeah, I don't know. My point is that uh is that like ocean creatures are so fascinating and like terrifying. Hmm. Let's see. Hmm, mm, 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 hmm. Do apparently manatees are related to elephants? Yeah, they're herbivores. Fully aquatic. So that means they breathe water, right? Um. So manatee breathe? Yeah, breathing. Okay, no, they do breathe water. So I guess aquatic just means that they live in the water, right? You know? So like a dolphin is like fully aquatic, where it's like, yeah, would like a seal or something like that not be considered fully aquatic because they can come out on land and hang out? Meanwhile, it's like, I assume a manatee could probably come on land, but it'd probably have a hard time getting back, and it probably wouldn't want to do that. So yeah, interesting. Oh man, I should have done something useful or interesting with my life, like becoming a marine biologist or something like that, instead of being a worthless shitheel YouTuber. Oh yeah, I was gonna load this stuff onto the thing. Okay, so they can go anywhere. That actually might be kind of useful, considering how much time it takes to dredge. Yeah, I feel like reading that. Do you know anything more about the prehistorical fish I found? Nothing useful, aside from confirming some fears that they are indeed species that were previously thought to be extinct. There's even a special name for that, you know? A Lazarus taxon, species seemingly raised from the dead. Concerning. You know, I'm gonna say just because I can, I'm gonna store these crates here, where I don't have to necessarily worry about them. I think having like a whole repair kit on hand would probably be a little useful. No, I only breathe exclusively smoke. Blazing 24/7. That's me for surezies. Nah, I don't know. Well, I mean, I know about the air thing. The thing I'm saying I don't know about is like my stoner joke, because like I don't know, I used to do it a lot more than I do now, which is like not very frequently, where it's like I don't know how long it's been, probably since like the last time I played Persona 4 was the last time I popped a little gummy. But that's all I do anymore now. So I don't smoke, I don't vape. Decided to quit all that because it's definitely not good for you. But yeah, I don't know. I was kind of. I was sort of thinking about it because, like, also is that Aurora Borealis? But yeah, no, I was like hanging out with my sister, who's like, you know, very much like a smoker and a vapor, and like I just noticed like how like pungent her vape was, and like every time I was like smelling it, I was just like, I do not like that smell, man. And it was like mostly because it was sweet, and it's like me for the most part, it's like when I vaped, it's like you don't really notice the smell of it, but I'm like, man, did mine smell that bad? Probably is the answer. Do you think dolphins can get high? I mean, they do get high with like, with like, what was it? Pufferfish. But like now, I'm thinking like, how much smoke would you need to get like a blue whale high? And what would a high blue whale do? Like, I would mostly feel bad for the blue whale, but maybe the blue whale would like just be big chillin' with it, you know? But like, I'm just imagining this funny thing of like of like trying to time precisely like blowing the smoke just as like the blue whale is like coming up, and like the blue whale is like trying to get as much smoke as possible. Oh, dude, and then think about how long the blue whale could hold that in for. Oh, man. Sorry, I don't know. Weed humor probably isn't all that funny, but I think just a stoned-ass blue whale, it's gotta be a little funny. Oh, anyway. Oh, hello again. What do you need? Someone from the Iron Haven Corporation sent me. I didn't expect that name to follow me all the way out here. Perhaps that was naive of me. So, what do you want? The Iron Haven Corporation has been constructing a drilling platform. Oh, and you're helping them with that, I suppose. Do you have any idea what they're even doing? She turns away and tries to recompose herself with a few deep breaths. Of course you don't. You're just trying to help, but you've seen what happened to the water here and elsewhere, I imagine. What else? Iron Haven Corporation's head scientist seems to know you. And I know him. He's the reason I was posted all the way out here, so far from home. You might have mentioned that I studied under him. But I studied him, too. His theories on nature's cycles were odd. He never went into much detail, but his work had some curious influences. I heard whispers through the door of his office, saw confusing diagrams that lingered in half-erased chalk dust, and on torn-up shreds of paper. Never could make much sense of it. Tell me about the defensive tech you've been working on. Well, it's the same tech used in that propulsion machine I gave you. Strictly speaking, I wouldn't call it a defense system. It doesn't interact with anything on a physical level. You see, Iron Haven's Scientific Communication Division have long been working on projects to further their exertion over the natural world. It's complicated stuff, but essentially they were trying to emit signals to communicate with, well, anything they wanted to, I suppose. The tech I've been working on is along those lines, but instead of a wide spectrum of communication, it attempts to broadcast a single word, flee. And amidst the vocalized panic response of every animal, I was able to gather acoustic data for. What else? We need to protect the rig and its workers. I couldn't give a damn about the rig or the corp, but not everyone there deserves to face the consequences of the corp's actions. I'll give you some schematics. I'm sure there's someone smart enough to decipher them and get it built. Just don't let them think this means I forgive them, or that I approve of what they're doing. And that's all. Ooh, it's a rainy day. You don't see that every day. Whoa. You're new. So, yeah, check in here. Ah, I see. Okay. I was wondering where all the new stuff was gonna be. Do that. Do that. Yeah, you can get rid of that. I can't wait to see what this guy looks like. What a weird looking fellow. Alright. Aha. Mahi mahi. Eagle shark. Seems like I'm going slightly mad. Come on, give me the evil version. There we go. There we go. I was like, this sucks, man. I don't even want, like, that guy. There we go. It's getting dark and crazy. I think I'm gonna go ahead and rest. Ooh, look at that. I will say that this game is fun. This game, funnily enough, the game called Dredge gives me a decent sense of dread. Like going around at night. Like, I know for the most part that I'm good. I'm not gonna run into anything too terrible. But then another part of me is like, you don't know. Cause yeah, I think it's new to the DLC, or maybe it's just been there the whole time. I've never encountered it, but there's like a giant like stingray that comes after you now. Not really what I needed. Ooh, that's new. Another one of these guys. They... Ooh, let's catch one of these guys. I thought it would have been a different guy. Oh well. I'm not gonna lie, I saw the reflection of the sun and I was like, what's that under the water? And I'm like, oh, it's the sun. Yeah, why not? I guess sell everything, sleep. Hopefully tomorrow I'll have the crab I need, then I can just catch everything else real quick, then make my way to the iron rig. Look at that, man. Sea slug. There we go. I just want to give him a little hug. Now I just gotta find the shark and I'll be good to go. Ho 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 ho, man. Sanguine shark. Hey, don't be oozing my vessel, bro. The only dark ooze I want on my boat is what comes out of me when I sneeze. I don't know. I don't know what a good joke or bit is for that. Yeah, why not? Give me a swordfish. You know, honestly, I was kind of thinking about it, like, maybe I should just talk to the foreman. Seems like he wants me to talk to him. Have there been any patches of contamination sighted in the area? There have been areas of contamination sighted in Stellar Basin. Okay, man, I know. But yeah, that completely threw me off. I literally forgot what I was just about to say. Was it something to do with fishing, or... I don't know. But either way. Scientist arranges the specimens and now lay it out on the metal table in front of him. Connects electrodes and wires to the head of each. The brains of fish are primitive. In many ways, their simplicity is kind of purity. No burdensome emotions to confuse the data. Just as rigor mortis locks the muscles, the final shape of the mind is held by the brain, but it can be attracted. The room is pierced with the sharp sound of capacitors charging. The corpses on the bench jolt in unison. Slackened muscles arch and tense before lying still again. The scientist is already looking at the 4 monitors behind him. Same vague shape scrolls across each screen. Ragged circle, writhing cell, lidless eye, yawning pit. The difficulty is in reading it. Don't forget, the rig still needs some kind of defense system constructed. People here are depending on you, oddly enough. Alright. Man, what was I gonna say? But, I feel like I have to know. Let's see. This is the nice thing about live streaming on YouTube. Oh. Because, yeah, I was thinking about something. Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, is there any reason to keep the lights off Like, I don't know, man. To me, it just seems like it's best to keep the lights on even during the day. It's like you don't need to, but why not have them on? I don't know. Maybe this is just specifically the perspective of a guy who, for I don't know, the first 12. I don't think 12. Well, might have been, but for I don't know, a significant portion of my life, I just slept with like a light on. I would sleep with like my bright lamp on because I was like so terrified of the dark. Like it was impossible for me to handle. Like, I don't know, I would just picture like anything and everything just being there in the dark, and if I could turn on the light and see, then I wouldn't be scared. And so, yeah, I was thinking about that too now, where it's like, maybe that's why I sleep so terribly. I don't know, I was having like a discussion with my stepdad the other day, where we're kind of talking about like the whole idea of like nature versus nurture, where it's like how much of yourself is just determined by like not like the way you were born, but like how you were born, you know, like what's already kind of implicit in there in the brain as it's like literally made, rather than like what comes after. Because like he talked about how like, you know, it like his dad and his mom broke up pretty early when after he was born. So like I think the last time he saw his dad was like 4 years old, and it wasn't until he like I think he was getting into college or getting out of college that he like finally reconnected with his dad, and like he realized just how similar they were, which like baffled him a little bit, because he was very much on the side of like nurture, where he thought he would be like nothing like his father, but then come to find out they're like similar in a lot of ways, you know, more so than he ever would have thought. And so it's like, yeah, I don't know, I tend to kind of think about that too, where it's like, I don't know, how similar am I to my parents, or even like it's like I don't even know necessarily that it's like you may be born like similar to your parents. Like, I don't know, I'm sure I'm similar to my mom in many ways, as well as like, you know, my biological dad. But then it's like, in a lot of the ways I am similar to them, I am also different from them, you know? Where it's like, you're not always going to be one-to-one, you know? It's not like you're 50% like your mom and you're 50% like your dad. It's much more complicated than that. But I don't know, to me it's just a baffling sort of notion of like, because like, I don't know, I forgot what video I was expressing this on, but it's like, I don't know, a lot of the times I feel like I was born wrong. Like I was born and I was made wrong. Like I'm not the way humans ought to be, but yet nonetheless I am. Like for instance, I'm like very introverted, and I think I'm also antisocial. In not like it's like, again, I would probably categorize it as, I don't have like antisocial personality disorder, but oftentimes I find myself enjoying being alone more than being with people. It's like if you were to ask me like one or the other, no in between, either you're always surrounded by people or you are never around people, I'm taking never around people. Like people are great. I like people. I like talking with people, but I feel like the way my brain works, I have to spend more time not around people than around people. Because like, I don't know, even for just like small amounts in my life, it's like, I don't know, like living with people is fine, you know, but it's like living alone is so much better. It's like, to me, it's significantly greater than like being surrounded by people 24/7, you know. And there's positives and negatives to that, but it's like, It's like, I don't know, it's kind of interesting where it's like, I'm sure some people who would like were you to like swap places with me, you know, where it's like somebody takes over my life and I take over someone else's life, where it's like they're surrounded by people and they're happy and they're having a great time. I would probably be miserable in their position, and then you take that person and swap them with me, who's like barely around people, spends most of the time alone. They would be miserable. Oh yeah. I'm not saying it's not necessarily normal, but it's like, like for me at least, my introvertedness or my antisocialness isn't something that I feel is like super wrong with me. I think it's probably different and more extreme than other people, but more so there's like other things with me that I feel like shouldn't be that way, you know? For example, I still have, it's less prominent now, but I have like excessively sweaty hands. I have, again, less prominent now, but I have really bad anxiety. That's why it's like, I don't know, it dawned on me one day that like, oh, the reason why I was always afraid of the dark and I had to like always sleep with a light on is because I had anxiety. I've had anxiety my whole life, and I haven't really been able to put a name on it, you know? It was like I have it much better under control now, but like, I don't know, I think it is kind of interesting where it's very rare, but I still do get like really anxious on occasion, and I grow, I don't know, fearful, I guess. Like more so where I'm like, I know I don't have to be this way, but it's hard to kind of get away from it. So, this is where we're going to build some sort of machine to repel those tentacles, right? That's what the scientists said. Ah, okay. I mean, I don't know, I'll be honest, like, the idea of, like, a ambivert or whatever, people who are, like, simultaneously introverted and extroverted, sort of leads me to, I don't know, I don't know if this is necessarily the right way to phrase it, but, like, a nihilistic view on, like, categorizing people, you know? Like, where I simply think it's not, like, it can be nice when it's like, you can have like a general idea. So it's like, I don't know, people who, I don't know, it's like people who have like certain kinds of like, mental disorders or like, or like physical disorders or disabilities, where it's like it makes sense to come up with like a term for it, but then it's like, I don't know, take like the is it Myers-Briggs? Is that the one that gives you like the 4 letters of like, oh, you're introverted and you're I don't know, it's like the INJTP or something like that. I don't know, and then E something, blah, blah, blah. It's like, I think it can be fun to, like, categorize people and, like, say, oh, some people are like this, some people are like that. But I think when you say things like that, you buy into this, like, dichotomy of, like, oh, you're either one thing or you're the other thing. It's like, what about people who are both, and what about people who are neither? Like, I think it's fine if you want to do it, but to me it feels like, it feels like we're just trying to, oh man, there's a certain word for it, but it's like you're trying to over-explain and also, like pathologize, I think is the word I'm looking for, like regular human behavior. It's like I genuinely believe there are no two human beings that are the same, you know? It's like, for example, you could live in a world where everyone is very, like I don't know, say, like, even the real world, like, a lot of people are social, they like going out, spending time with people, and it's like, everyone can be like that, but then someone is, you know, introverted, but, like, it's like, damn, kind of lost my train of thought there with what I was going for with that, but it's like, it's like, if it seems like everyone is one way, but then somebody else is not that way, it's like, well, then everyone's not that way. And it's, oh yeah, is that, like, it's then, meant to be that it's like, oh, well, something's wrong with that person, you know? Like, here, let's do the opposite. Like, you could live in a world where everyone's very introverted, people don't like hanging out or spending time together, and I think, if someone can be born extroverted in that world, and then they would be seen as wrong. They would be seen as like a weirdo, when it's like, no, they're not weird. They're just different. And like, there's nothing wrong with being different, but like, there's this idea, like, there's no such thing as normal. I think that's kind of my point, is that the idea of normalcy or standard is constructed. And, you know, because if you have a bunch of, you know, weird or strange people, quote unquote, determining what's normal, then, you know, they're not weird or strange, they're normal. And then people who would be considered normal are actually weird and strange, you know? It's like all a matter of perspective, and I feel like people don't always want to buy into that. They always want to, like, be like, oh, well, I'm right, and I would never be wrong, and, you know, this is the way things are. And it's like, I can't help but, like, fundamentally disagree with that notion. Oh. Wait for more samples. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, I think by trying to, like, fit people neatly into categories, you're, like, kind of going away with the notion that it's like, or you're even unintentionally perpetuating this idea that, like, oh, people are like this, where it's like, or you're, like, simplifying the human experience. You're, like, trying to boil it down to basics, and it's like, that's what you're doing. You're boiling it down. You're removing what's there to have something more, like, pure, more easy to understand, which I think isn't inherently wrong, but you have to understand that you're doing that, you know, when you place people into categories. Because it's like, for me at least, a lot of the time, it's that, like, when I'm being social, it is a performance, and I feel it's that way for a lot of other people too, but, like, some people might not even realize it's necessarily a performance, where it's like, I don't know, one of the places I was hanging out in, there was, like, I don't know, I try not to listen into other people's conversations, generally, because, you know, I don't want people to listen into my conversations. Because, like, I remember I was talking about something, and my sister was like, whoa, that's a crazy thing you're talking about. And I'm like, yeah, if you think it's so crazy, don't listen. But, no, there was, like, some guy who was, like, at this place of business, and, like, a gal was, like, talking to him, and she was like, wow, I can't believe you're here without, like, your girlfriend or something, you know, you look like a lost puppy without its owner. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna stop listening to this conversation, but I'm like, what a fucking weird thing to say. where it's like, to me, I think that was said in like a joking manner, but it's also like this weird thing of how people speculate and identify people and like share their own thoughts, and they'll do it just naturally, where it's like, I feel like oftentimes you ought to fight that instinct, you know? Where it's like, I think last thing I'll say, and then I'll get back into playing Dredge or whatever. But I was kind of thinking about how within I saw this post where somebody was talking about how it's like this idea of like body neutrality, which if you don't know, it's kind of a response to body positivity and thusly body negativity, because body positivity is a response to body negativity, which didn't really have a name until people came up with it. But like, they were talking about how it's like not necessarily the right response to people to be like, oh, I don't like, you know, traditionally beautiful women, let's say. I like, you know, women with what's the thing, like cellulite. I was about to say cellophane, and I'm like, it's not cellophane. I like women with cellophane. Peeling that off, because isn't that what cellophane is? Like the thing you'll get on like electronics or like stuff you buy, and you like peel it off, and it's like satisfying to peel off. Some people keep it on. Yeah, thick with two C's is there. But it's like it less so even like just larger women, you know, like BBW or larger people too. But like more so like, oh, I like crow's feet, I like wrinkles, I like moles, I like all these things that are like typically seen as imperfections. And this person made this post like pushing back against it, where they're like, you're still like saying that people's value comes from their beauty. And it's like, I saw that, and I'm like, I think this person maybe has their heart or their mind in the right place, but they're still fucking wrong, and frankly being annoying about it. Where it's like, no, man, no, you're getting it all wrong. Whereas like, you can think someone is beautiful, you can think someone is attractive, you can do that all the live long day, but you have to recognize that that doesn't tie into their like value as a human, you know? Like, some people might want to be beautiful, might want to be pretty, and that will make them valuable to other people, you know, or seemingly valuable. But it's like, I think it's somewhat of a pit, you know, where it's like, you can tie up all your value in that, but it's like, you still have to be other things, you know? Like, you can be as beautiful as possible, but if you're not like a pleasant person to be around, people probably aren't going to be around you, you know? Where it's like all these different things where it's like, somebody could be really unlikable, you know, but still be like a good person, you know? It's like, I didn't come up with this, but like, I was listening to a podcast that I like a lot called Knowledge Fight, and like in it, one of the hosts, Jordan, he was talking about how like the best politicians are unpopular, like people who are able to like ride the line between like, okay, here's what's necessary, this might upset some people, but it's needed to do this and operate this way. And it's like, that's not how general elections work, and that's not how politics work. When it's like, it shouldn't be tied in with popularity, with likability, you know? You can be a very likable person, but a terrible politician, you know? You can be a, you know, really like fun, happy, nice person to be around, but you could be a terrible accountant, so you wouldn't want to put that person in charge. But it's like, when you're hiring someone, you know, at like a place of business, you might hire the more likable accountant because they had a good interview, they seem nice, but if you hire the guy who is more gruff or rough around the edges or like seemingly a bit mean, you would have been better off because they would have been better at accounting. You know? Where it's like the idea of value is entirely socially and like constructed by humans, where it's like there's no such thing as value. Like value only comes from this idea of like being placed on it. You know, you can say that humans have inherent value, and I would agree with you, but it's like we only say that humans have inherent value because we're humans, because we say that. You know, where inherently nobody, nothing, not humans, not money, not resources, has value, you know? It's like we could be sitting on like space fuel, but if we never use it to go to space, then that shit is valueless, you know? It's like, I don't know, you can have like thousands of dollars in hair products and combs and like all these things to like have beautiful hair, but if you're bald, that shit is valueless to you. You know, it might be valuable to other people, thus you can sell it and get value from it, but it's like it's all socially constructed. There is no real idea of value. So it's like, for me at least, it ties into my idea where it's like there is no meaning to life. Therefore, you can choose what the meaning of life is to you, what you think it should be to others, or, you know, just do whatever you like with your life, irregardless of like the meaning that it provides to yourself or to other people, you know? So like I would say a lot of people feel like their jobs aren't all that meaningful, but yet nonetheless, they are able to work that job and live, and then, you know, it doesn't matter the meaning of it. It just matters the benefit, the purpose of doing it, you know? Where it's like, say for example, if a job didn't pay you money, a lot of people wouldn't do a job. But if there was no need to get money, there would still be plenty of people doing jobs because they want to do that, because they see there's some benefit to it, because they enjoy doing it, you know? I think that's the way you make a more egalitarian, better society, is instead of forcing people to do things that they don't want to, they can then decide to do what they want. And like, you know, sometimes the thing you want to do comes with doing things you don't want to do, you know? Whereas like you will take the good with the bad. You'll be like, hey, I want to do this thing and I need to work really hard to do it, but I'm going to do it anyway, even if it, you know, costs me my happiness, costs me my time, because ultimately I will feel better having done it, you know? It's like, I think there's like a difference between somebody who becomes like a lawyer for the money and the prestige of it or whatever, and then somebody who does it genuinely out of passion for the law or people, you know? Whereas like they care about like what's right and what's wrong, and they want to like present arguments and like justify things as best as they can, rather than be like, oh, I just want to make a lot of money, you know? Again, it's like, I think that's also a thing with like doctors, for example. It's like, you know, I think you should trust your doctor generally. You know, I think it's also fair to be a little apprehensive sometimes. I don't think you should always be like, oh, well, if my doctor said this, then it must be 100% right. Like, there's nothing wrong with getting a second opinion, except it costs a lot of money and a lot of people don't have that opportunity. But still, it's like, you know, maybe you wouldn't need a second opinion if we had less doctors that got into it for the money, because that's what their parents wanted, because they were pushed to do this thing, because it's like, oh, you got good grades in school, well, you might as well become a doctor. And it's like, oh, well, now I'm a doctor and I don't give a shit about people. I just want to make money. I want, like, you know, pharmaceutical companies to come in, send in a business guy and buy me luxurious lunches and dinners, you know, and I in turn will unnecessarily prescribe their medications to my patients, you know? That was like a big thing that happened. That's why the opioid crisis happened in America, is because doctors were unnecessarily pushing opioids to people. People would get addicted to it, and then they would either have to recover from that addiction or, go deeper into it doing harder drugs. And, like, that wouldn't be a thing if the people who were doctors were doing it out of compassion and love for the job rather than, the money. And it's like, you may argue, it's like, well, if there is no money involved, then nobody would be a doctor. And it's like, well, just because a majority of people do it not for the money doesn't mean there shouldn't be any reward for it, I don't know. I think it's an interesting thing, but I don't know. I think the sad thing about talking about something like this is that, you always hear arguments from different people where it's like, oh, well, it's like, it's like, I don't know, people will argue that it's like capitalism is simply the best economic system because it's the one that's there. And it's like, I don't think that's a good argument, right? Like, you could say fossil fuels are the best way to propel a car simply because that's the only way we were able to do it, but now we're, heating up the planet, fucking up the ecosystem, doing a variety of things that we shouldn't have been doing, when it's like, if everybody was just riding on bikes or walking around or doing things that didn't involve driving a car, then the world would be better off. So just because a car is like the predominant way of getting around does not mean inherently that it's the best way to get around. But yeah, anyway, sorry, I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of lecturing, but I don't mean to be. I'm more so just like trying to express my idea of like how it's like, I don't know, I think for me at least, I'm always constantly thinking about how it's like, how can things be better? What's like the right way to go around like making the world a better place and making it better for people within it. And it's kind of interesting because I think this might be the last thing I say kind of in this general topic, but like one of the bars I went to where I was hanging out, it had like a bunch of graffiti everywhere, and like, some of the graffiti is fun and like has some like fun messaging, like your boss isn't your friend, they need you, you don't need them, it kind of more socialist or pro-worker messages on there, and then also, just crass things like fuck, shit, whatever. And I was kind of thinking about it, and I was like, for me at least, I don't know, I've never really been like a punk in any sense of the word. Like, I wouldn't say I'm necessarily like for society, but it's like to me there's a difference between like critiquing society and saying that it's like, oh, I think we should do things this way. Like, there are probably plenty of ways I live my life and do things like do things differently that's outside the societal norm, and it's like I do that just because it's the way I do things. I like doing things that way, I always try to treat people with like kindness and respect, because it's like, for me at least, it's like doing the opposite doesn't make all that much sense to me, where it's like, I think other people don't really think about it that way, where it's like, I'll be honest, at this bar place I was at, I was like looking at the drinks and I was like, oh, this one looks good, and I like opened it up and started drinking it, and I'm like, oh, I'll pay for it. And then, like, obviously wasn't supposed to do that. I was supposed to buy the drink, then open it up, and then like pay for it and then open it up. But anyway, I was like, oh shit, my bad. And so I went like immediately and was like, hey, so sorry about that, I didn't even think about it, so I'm so sorry. And then the guy behind the counter was like, whoa, you can't do that. And I'm like, yeah, I know, I'm saying I'm sorry, I fucked up, my bad. And then he's like, oh, if you do that again, I'm gonna have to kick you out. And I'm like, okay. And then he continued to like reprimand me about it. It's like, buddy, I already made the mistake, I'm here apologizing to you. I don't understand why you have to exert first of all, A, you're not exerting any authority over me. And then B, it's like, yeah, man, I'm sorry. I fucked up. But it's like, I don't know, you notice this, where it's like, also that was like one of the times I got fired from my job, where it's like, I was having just like a terrible day, and then like this this guy came over and he was like, hey, he was like, hey, what are you doing? And I sort of exasperately just like gestured to what I was doing, which what I was doing was I was trying to figure out how I was going to put this giant pallet of stuff that was supposed to go on the like discount little end thing, you know, like at the end of the aisle. It's like, oh, here's all the discounted stuff. And I'm like looking at like the place where you can put the discounted stuff, and then I'm looking at the giant pallet, and I'm like, there's no way I can fit all this. And so I just sort of gestured to it, and then the guy just kept fucking asking me, what are you doing? And I like kept saying nothing, because I'm like, what do you think? Use your fucking brain. I'm tired. I feel like this doesn't require an explanation. But he just kept insisting on an explanation. So eventually I just blew up at him. I'm like, you gonna fire me, man? Are you gonna fire me? I don't know who the fuck you are. Do you have the authority to fire me? Because please fire me. Alright? I don't give a fuck. And eventually then then afterwards, the next day, when I find out that guy was like the store manager, he was like the general manager, and I just didn't know that, because he had like introduced himself at some point, but he wasn't like, oh hey, I'm the store manager. He was just like, oh hi, I'm fucking David, or whatever the fuck his dumbass name was. And like, so like the next day I was like, hey, by the way, I just wanted to say I'm really sorry. And then he like started like ripping into me, and eventually it's like I start like laughing at him, you know. I'm just like, buddy, you're trying to make me feel bad. I don't give a fuck. And I'm like laughing, and he's like, what why are you laughing? What's so funny? I'm like, I don't know, man. It seems like you feel like you have this authority over me, and you know, honestly, you're just a short little man who likes to make people feel small. And that made him stand up from his chair. And me, I'm not a tall guy. I'm fucking like 5'8", 5'9" on a good day. And he stands up, clearly shorter than me, and then he's like, alright, that's it, you're out of here. So it's like, everything else I said up until that point was fine. The second I insulted him and correctly assessed who he was as a person, that's when he was deciding to fire me. Because he was like, hey, if you don't want to work here, just quit. And I'm like, fuck you, man, I'm not going to quit. If you want to fire me, go ahead. I would like to not work the next fucking 3 shifts I have that are like at 6 a.m. I just don't want to do that. And so it was like, I don't know, it's very funny where it's like, I don't understand people's idea with this, where it's like, because also this happened all my life growing up, where it's like, you know, I would feel sorry about something and I'd be like, hey, I'm sorry, and then your response being like, hey, I'm sorry, I messed up, is, whoa, well, I'm gonna yell at you more. And it's like, buddy, you're a fucking idiot. Like, you don't understand how people work. It's like, for me, it's like, I don't know. It's like, I think also there's, I don't know, because it's like, I'm thinking about times where, like, I've done this, but, like, really the main time I can think of is when someone did something really fucked up to me, and then they were like, hey, sorry I did this fucked up thing to you. And I'm like, yeah, it's alright. Initially, because I was like, eh. And then I thought about it, and I was like, holy shit, I can't believe you did that. You could have fucking killed me. And, like, after that, I then got really angry about it. But, like, I don't know, I've never... I've never been in this position, and never would I be. Like, if someone came up and was, like, genuinely apologizing to me, or saying, hey, sorry, my bad, to, like, then, like, double down on, like, the angry, like, stern, like, you're not supposed to do that. It's like, that's what you do for somebody who doesn't think they've done anything wrong. That's when you hit, that's when somebody's like, oh, hey, I did this thing, I don't give a shit about it, though. Like, that's maybe when you hit them with the stern thing, but, like, I think also, that's not even the right response there. Like, I think you're supposed to hit them with the, all right, well, if you don't care, that's fine. Next time you do it, you're done. You're out of here. Like, you get one mistake. This is it. You do it again, then you're not getting any more chances. You know, no 3 strikes. It's the same baseball. Like, I think you just sort of break down the reality of it for someone. Because, like, again, the guy telling me, like, hey, if you do that again, I'm gonna have to kick you out. I'm like, hey, all right, all good. But it's like, then he kept going more, and I'm like, my apologies, man. Like, I said I'm sorry. I've now apologized twice. And what have you gained out of this interaction? Nothing. Where it's just like, I don't know, it's just so weird, where it's like, oh, you can't be doing that. I'm like, I know. I know, man. Yeah, I don't know. Again, I think that is somewhat of a fatalistic perspective of, like, I don't know. It's like people always think that, like, the status quo will always be maintained, and it's like, I think to some extent it will, but I don't know. It never will, right? Because it's like, again, it kind of goes into this idea of, like, rules and laws. Where it's like, there are people who have, like, you know, done very minor things. There are people who have literally not broken the law at all. You know, like, they're innocent of the crime they've been accused of, and they've been fucking executed by the state. And meanwhile, there are people who have done, like, heinous, terrible crimes that are, like, that should be punishable or should at the very least be stopped, and they get to continue living, and they have, like, no issues whatsoever. And it's like, I don't know, I think this is sort of the idea of, like, the thing you hear all the time as a kid, where you're like, that's not fair, and then somebody goes, life's not fair, and then it's like, that's supposed to be the end of the conversation, and it's like, what do you mean life's not fair? Fuck you. Like, you're telling me we've been living in a world where we could be trying to make things fair, we could be trying to make things better, but because everyone is so pessimistic and nihilistic and uncaring about it, that we just don't. It's like, I think people generally tend to trend towards being good. You know, I think there are more good people in the world than bad people. I could be incorrect about that. But it's like, if more people want good than more people want bad, it's absurd to me that we have to live in a world that is bad, live in a world that is unfair, where it's like, I feel like people tend to kind of inherently think that, like, fairness is a, like, respectable and valuable thing to pursue. It's like a good project to work towards, you know? Because it's like, we live in a very unfair world, but it's like, we have this veneer. We have this idea that it's like, oh, things are fair, you know? Like, that's always, like, the argument for capitalism is like, oh, well, everyone has a chance. Anyone could be a billionaire if they wanted to. And it's like, well, yeah, anyone could. That doesn't mean anyone should, you know? It's like, I could stab you in the fucking neck right now. I could, like, you know, just punch you in the face for absolutely no reason. That doesn't mean I should. Just because you have the ability to do something, or this is the way things are done, doesn't mean that makes it correct, right, or that it will always be that way, you know? Because, like, I was thinking about, like, the word bully the other day, where it's like, it comes from this, like, I assume bully comes from this idea of, like, you know, cows, and, like, specifically bulls, steers or whatever, like, picking on other bulls, where it's like they're trying to prove that they're, like, top dog or top cow in this case, and they're bullying other people, and it's like, that was sort of like a natural way of the world, where it's like, kids would just bully each other, adults would bully each other, people still bully each other to this day, but, like, it now, as society shifts, as it, like, starts turning, it's like, I don't know, things change, and sometimes they change rapidly. Like, I remember being a little kid, like, getting into fights, like literally fighting with people, and, like, you know, it's like, again, like, the after school program I went to. Like, I was like in elementary school, so I was with all the other elementary schoolers. So that's like 1st to 5th graders. So there's a bunch of older kids where it's like I picked up swearing from there, and like I did all these things I necessarily wouldn't have done. And like, I don't know, to me it's very interesting that it's like where it's like kind of, it was more acceptable. Like you would get in trouble for like fighting a kid, but it was like never anything major. It was like I don't know, it's like I think the worst thing that could have happened to me was that like I got kicked out of the after school program, but like, because you know my parents are paying money to put me there. Like, it wasn't part of the school, it was just like an aftercare program. So it's like it would be inadvisable for the you know, the business to say, hey, let's get rid of this paying customer. They're just like, hey, you shouldn't do that, and if you do it, you're gonna get in trouble. And like that was really it. And it was like not anything major, where I'm sure it would have been a bit different at school. But like even growing up, where it's like it wasn't that big of a deal, where I was born in 2001, but then as I got older, there became this way bigger push for like anti-bully stuff. And like, I don't know, at the very least, like going to my high school, like there were still like jerks and dicks in the school, where they were where like there would be people who were very much like mean, but they were like mean in a way that wasn't like physical nor like too extreme, you know. I mean, of course there were still probably people who were mean, but it's like me, I didn't really get picked on at all. So it's like, from my perspective, there was no bullying at the school, whereas like when I was younger, I was definitely bullied and picked on. But it's like, you know, it's like the wheel turns, society turns, where it's like, I don't know, you kind of hear people nowadays go, it's like, oh, look, let's go ahead and bring bullying back. And then the second they get bullied, and they're like, what? Whoa, gosh, I might bring back bullying for other people, don't bully me. And it's like, I don't know, man, people always want to be mean. They always want to like give in to their baser instincts, like be a bit darker and less like completely like pure, or like, you know, very, I don't know, it like completely 100% morally correct. I think is that like people, because like me, I enjoy being mean. Like I was playing Battlefield 6 the other day, and I forgot just how fun it is, like shooting people, having a good time, and then anytime you get killed by somebody you don't like, you just go, fuck you, pussy. And I will say, the only bit I thought of with that is that it's like, just like immediately I was right back into FYP mode. Where it's like, I don't know what the best joke is, but like a play on like FYP, like the TikTok For You page, and then like, like fuck you, pussy, or you could even make it a bit more crass, a bit more sexual if you wanted to, you know? But like, I don't know, I just thought it was funny that the acronym worked out to be like that. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, I think you do have a fair point there, where it's like house buying jobs became rent paying jobs, and then living with your family jobs. Where it's like, that's also like a new thing. Like with COVID, it's like there are so many people who are living with their parents still. Where it's like, it was sort of thought to be best practice of like, you know, you should kick your kid out when they turn 18. They have to go out and live in the real world, quote unquote, and like get a job, go to college, do this and do that. And there's still plenty of people doing that, but also it's like before like, you know, the pandemic, it's like there were plenty of people doing that. There were plenty of people who like lived with their parents, and like, it's like, particularly in different countries and people with different cultures, it's like it was much more common to have people who would like live with their parents, you know. It's like I don't know, I think Hassan kind of mentions this, where it's like much more common for people to like live with their parents, because it's like, it's just like more so done in Turkey, where it's just like that's sort of like standard practice, where it's like in America it's much more standard practice to be like, all right, cool, you're 18, get out of here, kid. I'll see you for the holidays or whatever. And it's like, I don't know, I think there's going to eventually be a pushback on it, you know, where it's like, I think people are sick of paying rent. People are sick of like having to rely on their families, where it's like, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to live with your parents, you know. I would be a hypocrite if I said so. But I think also it would, I think like the pushback is going to come, you know. It's like, I think irregardless of what side of the political spectrum you're on, I think people generally are kind of sick of the rich. They're sick of landowners, rent, like people who perpetuate rent, you know, landlords and stuff like that. Like, I think they're kind of sick of them. Like, irregardless of what your, like, foundational or fundamental political beliefs are, there is this general agreement and sentiment brewing of, like, you know, we're sick of the way things are. It's like, I think people want to work hard. They want to have good paying jobs. They want to have families. They want to have communities. But it's hard to, like, build and construct those things. And it's very easy to become, like, stratified and separated from, like, your fellow peers, from your family, from all these people that give your life meaning, that allow you to live your best life. And I think people want to live their best lives, you know? I think it would be a little strange to say that it's like people don't ultimately have their own self-interests at heart. And, like, I think there's nothing inherently wrong with being self-interested, you know? It's like, you should care about yourself, you know? You should be looking out for yourself. I don't think that should come at the expense or exploitation of other people. Some people would disagree with me, but it's like, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So it's like, I think there is going to be, like, a general shift where it's like, I don't know, for me at least, it seems like there's this idea that it's like governments and places have to sort of cater to companies. They have to cater to, like, all these quote unquote, like, important people, the people with money. But it's like, I don't know, take for example, if there's a war between corporations and the government, just like on that basis alone, let's not even say anything. You have corporations and government vying for power. At least currently, I am siding with the government every single time because the government has a fucking military, you know? It's like, you can have all the money in the world, you can spend all that money, but, like, you know, the faction with an army can just fucking bomb your corporation. You can be making all the money, be able to do all these things that you want, but it doesn't stand in the face of actual power, you know? Because, like, I think that's the thing. I think all these corporations have soft power. They don't have hard power, you know? And it's like, I think people are very much more drawn to, like, hard power and, like, delude themselves into believing that that soft power is actual power. But, like, I mean, there's also different definitions and ways of defining soft power, you know? Where it's like, it's like soft power isn't necessarily, like, you know, physical power, but it's more so just, like, you can put pressure on people. You can, like, affect things without actually having to exert any power, or at least, like, more so it's like you can threaten to take away your soft power, you know? And that's it. It is, like, that's what the soft part of it is. But, like, you know, it's like the person who holds the keys to the kingdom is the king. You know? Like the person with a crown on their head is king for so long as people are loyal to them. But if people are no longer loyal to them, then they are no king. You know, they have no actual power. So, for me at least, it's like, I know, again, I very much, you know, as like a leftist kind of person myself, I very much disagree with this idea of like violent revolution. Like, I do think necessarily like slow incremental change isn't necessarily the right way, but it's like, you know, that people have soft power, you know, like most people don't have hard power, and people who think they have hard power are deluding themselves, you know. It's like people who still believe in like the original idea of the Second Amendment, which is like, oh, I can own a gun so that way I could overthrow a corrupt government. And it's like, buddy, you're not going to be able to overthrow a corrupt government with a couple of assault rifles and, you know, you and your buddies jerking each other off in the woods. Like, it's like the fucking U.S. military has a tank. They have fucking jets. They have bombs. They have nukes. Like, the minimal amount of power that you hold and you have pales in comparison to the U.S. military. But, like, just because the government has that doesn't mean that it's like they're always going to win, that they always have to win. Because, again, it's like, I'm very much more for the idea of, like, of a massive strike. Of, like, you know, if things don't change, if things don't improve, then everyone stops working. And like, the economy completely shuts down. There might still be people who are scabbing, but if, like, you know, more than 50% of people simply stop working, they simply stop going to their job until things change, I think that, you know, things will change. And it's like, I don't know, I think protests are good and valid, but it's like, I think ultimately they are blown out of proportion in both ways, of like people being like, oh, there's riots in the streets, there's all these terrible things, all these ne'er-do-wells going about causing chaos, and it's like, they're not really doing all that much. Like, you know, a couple people might be late to work because they're standing in the street or they gotta go a different route. Like, it's really not as big of a deal as people make it out to be. It's not like that. But then also, I think simultaneously, it's like, you know, I think marching, doing protests and stuff like that is good. It shows that, you know, that like there are people, a large number of people that care about this thing, that are willing to like go out and quite literally fight for it, like represent, like show up for their cause, quite literally. And I think that's a great thing, but I think overall it doesn't have as much impact as it should, or as some people think it does, you know? Whereas, like, you can have massive protests, but life goes on, things don't really change, you know? It's like, again, that's kind of like the sad thing about it. And it's like, I think also the thing with it too is that it does put people in danger, you know? That, like, there's like all these like laws trying to identify people and trying to like snatch them away, where it's like where it's like it's quite literally just intimidation. It is intimidation and coercion, you know, where it's like, if you don't behave like a good citizen, then you're gonna get arrested by this, you know, frankly, like, I guess it's technically not illegal, but immoral organization. Like, there's ICE now that will just take someone off the street, deport them to a different country, even though they're a legal fucking U.S. citizen. And it's this frankly absurd thing where it's like people have power. And like it's like, again, it's like, if like, you know, more than a majority of people stop working, they protest, they strike, it's like it might take a long while, but it's like eventually you're gonna have to cave. You're gonna have to cave into demands, because it's like, it's not profitable if you have a bunch of people not working to, I don't know what, kill all those people. It's like, no, you need those people to work. You need them to have their jobs, you know? And it's like, I think, doing other, like, less violent things, like, I don't know, it's like, me, I would fully sign on to, like, shutting down, like, what's fucking, like, Elon Musk's, like, Grok, that thing, like going to wherever the fuck that where like the main servers are located and just turning all that shit off, like not destroying it, not like taking all these things, as like there's still precious resources in there, resources that could actually be used towards good and not some shitty fucking chatbot for fucking losers. Like it is a valuable resource and also a, you know, fucking what's like the word for like referring to like environmental. It is like a fucking environmental hazard with the like amount of heat and the amount of power and the amount of like pollution that this fucking thing causes, you know? Where it's like, I think stopping something like that, preventing something like that is more like that's more actionable. That's something that like can make a difference more so than just, you know, simply protesting in the streets. But then again, you know, plenty of people could disagree with me, because it's like, I don't know, I think it is kind of interesting where you see like somebody on TikTok mention that it's like, you know, there's plenty of things, a recourse that like people can do to push back against an unfair or unjust society, and one of those main tools we have is rioting. And it's like, I think yes and no, right? Because it's like, again, it's like there's oh yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, I know it's AI in general. I was just like specifically mentioning the Elon Musk thing because like I forget the whole story, but like wherever it operates, I forget if it's in like San Francisco or like somewhere around like the tech area, whereas like they got this like thing of like, oh hey, you can have more pollutants than like most other corporations, like you're allowed to fuck up the environment more, you know, you get a pass on it more so than other corporations would, you know, still do. But yeah, it's just, I don't know, but anyway, kind of going back to my whole rioting thing, is that I think there's something to that, but also, again, it's like, for me, at least, it's like, I don't know, for me, I think it's like, I forget what it's called, is it in, what was it in, Tiananmen Square in China, or what would have been like, not Hong Kong, but what's like the sort of area that's like semi-autonomous away from China? I don't know, I'm forgetting, but like the image of the guy like standing in front of the tank, and like the tank like runs him over and fucking kills him, right? Where it's like, I think like that is, again, it's like, I don't think people should necessarily be sacrificing their lives, but just like the image of someone standing up to something and like willing to be crushed by a fucking tank for it is way more powerful and way more potent to me, and like I think has a better chance of affecting actual change than like, say, somebody trying to like bomb the tank, you know? Where it's like, do tanks deserve to exist? No, of course not. I was playing Battlefield 6, and those shits were fucking annoying as hell. But, like, you know, the idea of a tank is something that's, like, fundamentally kind of wrong, right? Like, there's something wrong with the idea of, like, building this fucking impenetrable vehicle that is able to load explosives, level buildings, fucking eviscerate people. It's like the very idea of it is wrong, and it's like you should be against it, like, on principle, and like for me, I have like all the respect in the world for that guy who did that. I should fucking look into it more. I don't know. I like reading about history and learning facts, but then it's like, I don't, you see something and it's like, oh yeah, okay, and then you don't look into it more. I should look into things more generally, but yeah, it's like, I don't know. Ultimately, it's like I think like rioting probably can produce results, but it's like I think again it may, you know, inadvertently cause more harm than good, not towards like the people that should honestly be having a bit of harm caused towards them, not necessarily like physical harm, but you know, financial harm. And like like the people you're trying to pressure, the people you're trying to get at may not feel all that much pressure or like action or whatever towards them, but then the people who are getting shot with rubber bullets, getting tear gas, getting fucked up by like these immoral sociopaths that have decided to throw their lot in with power, it's like those are the people being hurt. Those are the people who are being harmed primarily by that action, by the idea of rioting. So again, it's like I think if people want to, I'm not going to stop them. I'm not going to say no, but I am also more on the side of like, you know, it's like the reason why you're rioting is because you care about people, right? That's like the whole idea behind it, you know, is that you want people to live better lives. You want people to be able to, you know, work a job and have a livable wage and like, you know, be able to function and live within the society that is for them and by them, you know, for everyone, you know, not just for some and you exclude others. It's like, no, it should be for everyone, you know? Yeah. Anyway, sorry for all my talking. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm very thirsty right now. I need to get some water in me, so I will be back in a minute, but I will be back. Huh. Has that helicopter always been there? Sorry, I was just about to get up and I noticed that there's a helicopter on there. It's kind of neat. But yeah, anyway, I will be back in a moment. Alright, nothing like a bit of water. Now, let's see. Finally upgrade these defenses. Well, actually, first I want to do a few things. Where's like the thing I can do? Yeah. Oh, generator. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Okay.
Ah.
What happened to the missing material ships? Ever since we got the legs of the platform seated on the seafloor, the supply ships started going missing. HQ told us they left port, but they never showed up. Because the crews thought they could make some money sailing off the materials and selling them elsewhere. Doesn't seem to worth the risk to me. Between you and me, Corp has a pretty ruthless reputation of tracking down anyone who moves against them. People tend to make just the one mistake, if you get what I mean. Anything else? But yeah, I don't know. I think that's ultimately like the idea that I'm expressing, is that it's like I think it's good to make change, but you can't make change if you're dead, you know? What is this rig for? The rig is your standard setup, designed to pierce the seabed and collect from fluid reservoirs. Doesn't have too much storage capacity though, which is odd. Maybe they're not expecting huge throughput. I didn't actually think this was an oil field out here, but I suppose the surveyors must have found something, else I wouldn't be talking to you. What can you tell me about the Iron Haven Corporation? I've been with the Corp for about a decade now. Started as a laborer on projects like this one, not always out to sea, mind you, and I've worked my way up to site foreman. The Corp itself is pretty successful, bit of an institution. It's been around for hundreds of years, in one form or another. They always seem to be diversifying into new areas. The whole drilling division is guided by the scientist. He calls the shots when it comes to deciding on sites. The boss seems to listen to him too. These blueprints are confusing. What even is... Okay, I think I follow. We'll get started. Defenses of prime. Turning them on now. This had better work. A droning voice begins to sound from the top of the rig, reverberating through the metal down into the deep. The defenses are operational, emitting a droning sound that grates at the ears. Outside, the foreman is in conversation with a recent arrival to the rig, a stern-looking man in a suit. But sir, the seafloor here, it shouldn't be disturbed. This whole rig is built on some kind of living vault. You have to trust me. Trust you? You who couldn't even keep shipments in order, who involved locals just to save your own hide. The foreman cowers behind a clipboard. You who put this whole operation in jeopardy? Enough of this. Your concerns end at steel and scaffolding. The future of this corporation is for me alone to decide. Fire it up. The drill descends once more into the blackness under the rig. The man in the suit turns to you. And we're back on track. While he overstepped his corporate responsibility, it appears the foreman was right to enlist your assistance. There's one final building that needs to be constructed on this platform. Fleet Services. Without this building, we're unable to scale our efforts efficiently. I'll cut you a deal. If you assist in the construction of this building, I'll permit the workers to fit your vessel with a significant hull upgrade. After that, I don't want to see you around here anymore. Our operation is confidential. Get on with it. Alright. Executive. What do you want? Why is the Iron Haven Corporation interested in this region? He scoffs. The corporation has an interest in every region. Over the next few years, you'll come to understand. What else? I don't have all day. What is your scientist doing with the fish I've been gathering? Whatever he likes. Honestly, even if I cared to know myself, I'm not sure why you think I'd tell you. The foreman was telling the truth. Something attacked the rig. The executive makes a show of looking around and peering over a nearby railing. Well, I don't see it anymore. Do you? What else? I don't have all day. You know, I will say it's kind of funny. You say he looks like Andrew Ryan, and I think he definitely does. But I was going to say he reminds me of Mr. House from Fallout New Vegas, who also looks like Andrew Ryan. Alright. fish from Twisted Strand. Do you have them? Oh, yeah. Alright. They all got fun names. What's your opinion of your boss? My master? Oh, the executive, yes. He's everywhere. Very hardworking. Always has been. Always will be. He needs me. My work. It all has to be correct. Do you understand? We have to be in the right place, or else there's not much time left. Have you learned anything about the dark fluid I collected? It's unlike any substance I've ever seen. Touched, smooth one moment, silky, and the next, sharp, stabbing. The scientist flinches at something in the air above him. A moment later, the lights flicker. A subtle pop of a blown capacitor can be heard somewhere on the nearby bench. His voice drops to a breathy murmur. It holds secrets, instructions, whispers. You, seem concerned. Concerned? No. Concern implies... He turns to look at you. One of his eyes is bloodshot, the white completely overrun with dark red blood. Concern implies that we didn't know this would happen. Alright. We've got to get this place operational or the boss will have my head. Well, so I gotta go get some more there. Okay. So, yeah, I'm gonna need this. Oh yeah, so I'm gonna just buy it from the undermarket here. Fun looking guy. Ooh. That's a big guy. Oh yeah, I was like, what am I looking for? Crab. Ooh. Ah, crocodile. Oh, look at that. Tell me I can get this though. Yeah. Well, now I'm kind of curious what this ship is. I know it's not a real ship, but... Oh, it's a ghost ship. Oh, that's fun. I didn't know there were ghost ships. Hey, look at that. Let's get out of here before I go too crazy. Ooh, that's fun. Scales plucked from skin turned to leather, eyes paled from the agony of knotted muscles, bones unset and set untrue. Well, let's do that, I guess. And install that in a moment. Leave me alone, little buddy. Oh. So, got one of those guys. So yeah, let's see. Alright. So I just need a thing that starts with an X. Come on. I have a feeling it's gonna be this guy. What the fuck was that? Oh, got all I need. I'm out of here. Is that the rig or is that something else? No, that's something else. The rig's this way. Oh, it's the manta ray. Hi, buddy. Or I don't know if that's a manta ray necessarily. What else would it be? Yeah, no, I think it's a manta ray. Alright. The fish from Twisted Strand. Do you have them? I do. Look at all these little guys. With the corporation leadership here, I have to focus. There are pressures acting upon me. You must know where the creatures entered, where the blood. He places the specimen into a large metal chamber before sealing the lid. The motor runs briefly, and a pressure gauge on the chamber rises. The Elder communicates in power. He flips a large switch, and the metal chamber begins to spin, slowly at first, then accelerating until the whole thing is a blur. Needles etch onto graph paper, transcribing the ascent of something. Scratched out at speed, a dark fluid rises from a tube connected to the chamber. Not yet. Pure. We'll need more. Down. Deeper. Let's see, I can get whatever I want. Alright. Yeah, let's just unlock them all. Seems like I'm gonna have to go elsewhere to find what I'm looking for. There we go. See, there's a couple of crates over here, I think. Yeah. I will say, I'm starting to get a bit ravenous. Boy, there's a lot of sharks over there. Nah, I can't get it, man. Damn. Oh well, not a big deal. That's one of those fake ships, right? That's actually a monster. Yeah, you can see like the claws. It's so cool. Orcas! Love those guys. Alright. Okay, I'm down here. Just kinda meaning to go up there. Man, I do love this song. This song is one of my favorites. It's like, it's very hopeful, it's very nice, but it's like, still feels a little sinister. Oh, wait. It's so big, man. It's insanely big. We will, but first, I do want to... Yeah, let's upgrade the factory, because I want to see what's off here. That'll do it for the factory. Insta crab bait. Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, let's get this up and operating. Oh, I'm a real architect. Everything should be operational here, sir. Excellent. Remember, fisherman, I'll permit the workers to upgrade your hull with our tech here. But I think you know how this works by now. You'll have to gather the materials yourself. Outside, the executive is talking to the foreman. We're almost there. Give it another push. How much power can we give this thing? Sir, I don't think we really shouldn't. The executive shoots the foreman a glance. Disdain and dismissal lacing the muscles on his face. The foreman backs down, defeated. Setting the drill to full power, sir. Machinery in the drill tower steps into overdrive, blurring the air with the sound of gears turning. What's that noise? Oh. As the roar of the giant creature fades, it leaves behind a silence on all that witnessed it. Faces stare from windows and hands grip railings trying to process the spectacle. Boss, that must have been the thing that got all our material shipments, and now it's coming for the rig. A murmur of panic begins to rise from the onlookers. No, we're close now, and it knows it. How longer will it take for the drill to break through the next layer? Still has a way to go, but you can't be serious, surely. Not with that thing in the water. Our lives are in danger. You want to keep drilling? Get it done. The executive turns and walks towards his office, leaving the foreman shaking his head. He's insane. What the hell are we doing? This drill, whatever's down there, we shouldn't be disturbing it. Fisherman, you've got to help us. He won't listen to reason, but perhaps he'll listen to an operational setback. What do you have in mind? We can't shut down the drill ourselves, not without repercussions from the corporation following us for the rest of our lives. But if we were to be damaged by a force of nature, or force of the deep, we'd have no choice but to abandon our positions. I know it sounds crazy, but if the defenses were to stop operating suddenly, it would leave the drill vulnerable. Please, have a think. See what you can do. Ooh. That's interesting. I'm gonna ignore it. I'll be honest, I'm more so curious to see what happens if I just keep going along with the plan. Oh god. Are you okay? The inevitable conclusion. He rocks back and forth, hand shading his eyes from the harsh lights above. Our work almost complete. Alright, man. New hull. Well, we got one for now. Hey, look at that. An industrial hole. Oh, god damn. Alright. Oh, this is pretty spectacular. Yeah, I should have double checked. What do you need for the other net? Okay, basic trawl net. Oh yeah. Okay. Now, okay, I think I'm mostly all good. The only other thing I want to do is probably install the fishing thing. On storage. Cabin? Oh, no, yeah. Silly me. Okay. Now... yeah, there we go. Where are the things I'm looking for? Where are the things I actually need? For now, that's what I'm doing. Now, to the volcanic area. Giant dragonfish. Uncle Stellus. I don't know these guys again. Forgot all about them. Yeah, whatever, guys. Whatever. Sea scorpion. Okay. The hole. Hey, isn't it a crazy thing about me that it's like I'm pretty hungry and seeing all these like sea creatures and stuff is just making me hungrier. Like I feel like I don't know. Like my reaction seeing a squat lobster should not be like, that looks good. I wish I could eat that. But it is. What is here? Oh yeah, this guy. Nice. Yeah, you go away. Oh, twisted shark. Eat? Alright, made it back in one piece. Okay. Hopefully I can find a sea scorpion. Nope. Here. Haha! Ancient angler. I've caught them all. Oh yeah. Should have stored those. Wait, no, is it a sophist? What's the last thing I need? Yeah, I need the giant dragonfish. Oh, and it's a trophy. Nice. Oh, off we go. This way. I will say, the way to like do or make a manual save, I don't know. Well, I don't know, maybe the game will warn me. Close.
Pure devil's spines, the wretches. Where are they?
Right here, partner. I'll do your dark deed. I'll give you the vile creatures necessary for your evil experiments. What could go wrong? With shocking speed, he rushes towards the table, grabbing at the corpses. Whoa! The shape that bursts through the blackboard barely resembles the scientist, no longer meek and cowed, now a frightening vicious of shredded skin and sharp teeth. With a sickening crunch, he bites down into the sea scorpion carcass, black liquid dripping from his mouth.
His terrible head snaps up to lock eyes with yours. A feral cry rises from his lungs, forming an accusatory scream with freshly born claws pointed in your direction. With limbs overcome by frantic spasms, he stumbles towards the nearest window, slowly at first, then arriving at considerable speed. The aberrated form of the scientist crashes through the glass, diving out beyond the deck of the platform, down, hitting the water, then disappearing into the deep.
Alright. Yeah, is whatever you're here for really worth risking the lives of your people? My people? These are employees. What else? I don't have all day. Alright, man. Well, maybe I shouldn't have done that. This is only one thing left to do. You open the panel. Inside, a bundle of cables travels from a black box up into the heights of the tower. The black box has a number of empty slots on the top, one of which has a module inserted into it. It's labeled Fleet in electrical tape. Considering this is her invention, perhaps the researcher in Stellar Basin would have some advice. Ah, fair enough. You know, I was just thinking about that. I should have this installed. Well, put in storage. Sell. There we go. Oh, looks like I'm off. Oh, hello again. What do you need? A sampling device? What's that? Oh, I see. About those defenses on the rig. Oh, I hope they worked. Yes, they worked. Good. It's always nice to have additional data points. Anything else? Well, the workers on the rig want to find a way to sabotage them. Found they're conscious, have they? I suppose they're wanting it to look like an accident. They wouldn't want to face the corpse raft if they were found culpable. I do have a pleasingly elegant idea, actually. We don't have to sabotage the defenses in a traditional sense. If you recall, they emit a sort of word at the moment they're broadcasting a warning, flee. But we can change that. I have other recordings of other words. Instead of a warning, it could broadcast an invitation. There's one in particular. I've been referring to it by its closest human analog, rise. I'll prepare some blueprints for the model. You'll have to assemble it and slot it into the top of the black box. Anything else about those defenses? Nope. So, let's see. Yeah, how and where would I construct this thing? I think there might have been something coming after me. Alright. Well, what do you know? I just so happen to have this. I believe I should have one of those canisters sitting around here. I do not. Alright then. Found it? Just leave that in there for now. Well, I either need a bit of metal, or I could just could get some more boxes. I don't know why I did that. There we go. I don't know, the void got me. The madness seeped in. Now that I'm here, let's do this. Also, am I going crazy? Wasn't there a way for me to make the thing I want to make? What? It's not here. Is it here? Yeah, I'm still around. So oh yeah, okay, it's here. Okay. There we go. Now. There we go. Okay. After enough menu moving, you finally remove the old module and insert the new one. As it clicks into place, the sound from the tower changes into a deep rumble. Ho 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 ho! Ah, there goes the executive on the helicopter. With the last scraps of metal still falling from the destroyed tower, the executive boards his helicopter, rotors already spinning. Is everyone alright? All accounted for in the factory. Yep, boundary's fine. I guess we'll wait for our airlifts out of here. There's no way I'm traveling anywhere by boat. Yeah, I'll sit tight for now, fisherman. The main buildings are mostly undamaged, so still need stuff made. We can sort you out. The Iron Ruin. Oh, look at that. Well, no, honestly, there's only one thing left to do. The words you read from that book, what did they do to me? The book holds power from the deep. I've merely extended its power towards you. I don't understand. Who are you? I am what was fractured from you on that day you dredged the depths. I am what could be,
I am your breathless self.
You mentioned saving someone.
Yes, she will rise from the deep. The book describes it. We almost have all the pieces. Just one more.
Climb the broken steps to the old mansion, the waves swelling and crashing against the basalt columns that surround you. You pause before crossing the threshold. He approaches, drawing closer with an incessant ticking. You have the pocket watch. You take out the watch. Its once frozen hands are now inexplicably twitching in a rhythmic struggle, trying but failing to move forwards. You place it in front of the collector. Though it has been some decades since I last laid eyes upon this, the sound of its mechanisms has grown no less unpleasant. And with that, our collection is complete. I must admit, I am surprised. I did not think you had the determination for such a job. Now, with these 5 relics in our possession, only one thing remains. We will see her again. It will all be worth it. You know this. I know. We must make one final voyage. This time, I will be with you. I'm ready. The relics are coming with us. We should wait for the fog to thicken. With luck, the seas will remain unaware of our intentions. Now our destination is the open expanse to the west of the Greater Marrow. It's marked on the map. We must not tarry on the open waters, not with such a significant cargo. Make haste. His shape disappears from the mirror. A chill rises in your body as you turn to leave. The collector is with you. Also, I have to see what this thing is. No, it's an illusion. Oh. Thought it might have been a monster. But I think there's only one true monster in this ocean. This is the place. This is where she was taken from us, and where we can at last bring her back. Only here, and only because of what we've achieved. You open the book, its pages are frosted with ice, and a chill mist rises around your fingers. You begin to read aloud. To release a lost one frozen in time, you throw the pocket watch overboard. And tethered by chains in the deep, you throw the necklace overboard. Bind them to this world once more. You throw the ring overboard. Open the door to the starry heavens. You slot the key into the lock of the music box. And lay the weary world to rest. You throw the music box overboard. Its key left unturned. I will say, I do really like that ending. I fucking love this game, man. Such an interesting one. Anyway, I'll leave you for a bit to enjoy the music. Now I'm just gonna go grab me another drink of water, but I'll be back, and then either I'm gonna say goodbye to Dredge for now, or I might go ahead and try to collect all the aberrations and other fish I might have missed, so we'll see. We'll see. Alright, I return. Actually, No, no, fair enough, Cam. Fair enough. Yeah. I'm gonna die. Yeah. I was like, what's the thing that brings up your encyclopedia? Here we go. Okay. Missing a Gulf flounder. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, do I kind of want to see all the different aberrations of all the fish? Yes. Do I actually want to go around catching them all? Not really. So yeah, I think for now, I'm gonna say goodbye to Dredge. But we'll do the other ending before we go. Doing quite a bit of waiting. That thing. It's time to throw it back. Return to the sea, to the depths. The book struggles in your grasp, its weight somehow shifting from side to side. Silver ribbons flail pathetically against your fingers. You hold it high above your head. A low groan rumbles from the book, echoed by another from the depths. You throw it into the foaming water. I will say, I do really like that, like, the good ending isn't necessarily good, but it's just better, you know? Plus, I don't know. I like that it's like, at least for me, I don't know if it's just because it was just added with the DLC, but you can find that creature just out in the world. Like, it'll swim around beneath you at one point. And then also for the final bit of the Iron Rig DLC, when the tentacled creature from the depths is taking down the Iron Rig, that creature shows up and bites it before it can destroy the rig in its entirety. Oh yeah, it's really cool. All right. Now, I will say, you mind if I read through some of the obelisks? Because it's like, I could probably, I could probably go try to find all the obelisks, but I kind of just want to read them. So, the first two I'm going to read is from the Pale Reach DLC over by the Antarctic. So, first one is Darkness, the deep, then sparks of light as tooth and spine meet horn and tail, two primeval forces clashing at the bottom of the world. After an age, a victor triumphs, sundering the other into impossibly large remnants that ascend to the surface, slowly to be claimed by the sky. But the broken body holds power still. Threads of crimson essence reach out through the water, stretching to unite the creature once more. As the remains break the surface, ice begins to form. Then Intruders, they invade on tiny wooden vessels, shouting and smashing. They cut and slice with angled metal, raking across the skin of ice. Their meager hearts beat with avarice and pride, desires trivially twisted into new shapes. Shapes that might mend and restore, shapes to replace what was lost down in the dark. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to figure out what's like a good break in between. Okay. A vision rushes over you. Dark rock erupts from the earth, piercing buildings and trees, through sand and crashing waves, through the basalt pillars of this island. The newborn structure crackles with an unknown energy, crimson lightning arching between them. The earth shifts once more, and the stone lies still. Another vision. The town of Greater Marrow burns. The lighthouse lies collapsed, its light extinguished. A red glow fills the sky behind a cyclone that drains the world. Another vision. A ship tossed by waves in the night. Fog unfolds like a blanket from the deck, spilling across the ocean and crashing against the land. A distant lighthouse flickers a signal. Another vision. A heart of stone wrapped in twisting tail. A serpentine body uncoils, teeth rasping at its earthen shell. Larger now, bursting through the cliffs, sending rocks tumbling into the water. An eye opens to this new world. Followed by another. A blustery wind screams through the cliffs, diving and turning. It passes over a large wooden ship at anchor. All flags filling suddenly. Filling? Flying? A skinless face appears on the fluttering fabric. A wail of terror rises from the crew. At Stellar Basin, a green glimmer of an aurora blooms in the night sky above the resort. A distant boom shakes the thatched roofs and rouses dreamers from their sleep. The water withdrew, exposing the coral to the warm air. Confused creatures chitter and seek out their hiding places. Moments later, the water returns, crashing, seething, sweeping souls out to sea. A spore floats in the water, adrift in the current. Fish feet in a frenzy about, devouring its kin. The spore lands in the thick slit of the seafloor. Its roots stretch down into the seabed, growing, extending towards what lies beneath. A parasite burrows into a large snake-like carcass. It feeds, growing fat and multiplying. Tendrils sprout from the head of the body and sense the water around it. The host corpse shudders reluctantly, with a cry that resounds through the forest. It rises once again. A man flees through the trees, bloodshot eyes wide with terror. He runs into a dead end, cornered by the murky water and his pursuers. He turns. A wooden spear flies and finds its mark. Blackness. A crimson rift opens in the void. Dreadful silhouettes drift through in a procession of teeth and tentacles. After the last grotesque figure emerges, a membrane spreads over the fissure. A distant groan emerges from the space beyond. A leviathan raises its vast gray head, stretching up until it sits level with a bright flame cradled at the top of the ancient lighthouse. It watches the fire for a while, tilting its head and calling softly to it with a guttural song. Appearing satisfied, the beast sinks down into the water, gliding back to the depths. Alright. Well, those are all the visions. I don't know. I think they're pretty cool. Honestly, I wish I had discovered that if you go to the Black Rock with High Panic that you get to see these little things. Because, I don't know, maybe the most interesting part is that the Leviathan, the creature that, shows up on occasion, also apparently shows up if you head to the edge of the map, which I have not done. So let's do that. But yeah, pretty interesting that it's like the Leviathan has a connection with the ancient lighthouse over by the, what's it called? Devil's Spine. And that's also where the rift opened up to, like, have all these otherworldly creatures and entities appear from. I don't know, and then the only other lore thing I was thinking about is that when you first meet the mayor tells you, it's like, oh, our last fisherman was terrible. He would go out at night and go crazy, and then, you know, would just be insane. And it's like, I think your character is that fisherman. I think it was just him going out and being mad, and then eventually his, like, mind split in two or something of the sort. What's that out there? Oh yeah, that's the pail. I'm kind of going the wrong way if I'm trying to reach the edge of the map. Well, you can stop me, game, but you're gonna have to send a giant Leviathan from the depths of the ocean to get me. Surely you don't have any of that. I mean, I know what's coming, but the more I go, the more frightened I become. The more I dread it. Ah, there we go. No, I don't think I will. Oh, that got me. All right. The idea of a Leviathan is honestly, like, so cool. All right. Let's see. Before we get going, store that. Give me yeah. Give me this. Take that too. Yeah, let's catch this aberrated version of the flounder, I say. Okay, just hoping for a bit more. Alright, oh yeah, no, this is stingray. Got the stingray. The flounder is over this way. Hey! Cyclops flounder, finally. Sprawling jellied mass spills from a single eye socket. What appears to be a dark pupil is in fact the center of an egg. Oh. Now that's pretty cool. yeah, you know what? Alright, so, checking the encyclopedia here. So what's next for things I need? Ah, swordfish, paddlefish. Let's see. Ah, these large, slow fish range between sluggish rivers and coastal waters. Their numbers are dwindling rapidly. And the swordfish, strong and agile, they have a special organ that heats their eyes and brains, improving their ability to catch prey. Wow. Okay, so both of these guys show up at day and night. So let's do that, and then... yeah. The only other thing would be getting a... what do you call it again? The fishing net. Because there's quite a few fish that can only be caught by the net that I haven't gotten. Well, one and done. Alright then. Take this thing. That is pretty cool. Alright.
Ah.
Oh, you need rot for that. Okay. Oh, sorry, it took me 5 hours to remember what I was trying to unlock. What's this? Now let's see. Okay, so I've got all the exclusively volcanic fish, so don't have to worry about that. What about for the mangrove? Ah, I see. There we go. Oh. Is it an aberration of the Goliath tigerfish? Is that the case for volcanic fish? Seems like I haven't caught this guy at all. Open ocean. Yeah, I didn't realize there were aberrations of these guys. Well, something to look out for. Hey! Untouchable wormfish. Well, welcome aboard, buddy. No sawfish around here? Oh yeah. Okay, shallow. Yeah, I don't know. Just go there for now, buddy. Oh, I'm sorry, it's been forever. How do I check the map again? There we go. Alright. Oh, okay, yeah, that's where it is. I'm trying to remember where I put, like, the, I think it's called the mouth of the deep. Trying to remember where I put that guy. Wow, the game really doesn't want to spawn in any more of this guy. Yeah, the sawfish. Day or night should be here. Suppose I can check up there. There we go. Hey! Okay, I got to go. Devoted hunters sheathed in iridescence. Once the barbs lodge, there will be no turning back. It lashes out with its teeth, its tail. A hissing rises from its mouth and then from the water around you. Oh, yeah. Oh. Now realizing, I could probably put a lot of these on here. Something to think about, something to go about. But for now, let's sleep. Well, that's cool. What a fun friend to find. Yeah, here, let's take a look at some of the fish I'm missing just in general. This guy can only be caught by rod. Oceanic, not caught. Barracuda, hammerhead shark. Yeah, alright. Probably not a bad idea to head over to Stellar Basin. Yeah, I wonder where you find this, because this is a sunfish, right? Now, yeah. I don't want to cheat on many of these, but I do want to know where the sunfish is, because I gotta see the sunfish. Okay. So, apparently, between B7 and C7, so around here, D7, F8, let's see, P5 and Q5. So, yeah, roughly around here. Let's go there. Where am I even going? This way, right? Yeah. Well, glad I got that. Glaring sunfish. So, yeah, wait, how did that happen? How did it... Because, like, did I still have the regular sunfish on me? I don't know, is it because I'm trudging through the mire, or is it because I'm going mad? Like, what is it that made that appear? Alright. Yeah, alright. So many different guys I haven't caught yet. Alright, I think I'm gonna head to Stellar Bay. Stellar Bay is gonna have some stuff for me. Whale shark, whale shark, whale shark. Ooh, glowing whale shark. I think I've already got the aberration of that. Yeah, what I don't have is an aberration of the Mayu Mayu. Hey! Xeno. That's cute. I like that. Hey, I finally got a little bit of rock. I need some more though. Shouldn't have just thrown everything I had away. Okay. I know about the barrel. Can I get an aberrated one? Hey! Void Eye. Inside its eye, perpetual pattern repeats. Red cyclones melt through shimmering green swirls. The abyss burns through you. Well, ain't that nice? Well, that's by just about nothing. Whale. Damn, man, it's really not that much out here. Makes sense in a way, but still kind of crazy. Oh, what's coming for me? I don't know. Something over here. Oh, wow. 15 whole centimeters. Alright, I'm beginning to feel the universe's anger. Better luck next time, pal. Sleep a little longer, like all day. See, so went to bed roughly at 6 a.m. and now I'm waking up again at 6 a.m. Sleeping for 24 hours. That's good for you. You know, that's the best thing to do after you don't get a good night's sleep. Just make it all up in one day. I mean, think about it. If you sleep for 24 hours at once, that's like 3 or 4 days where you don't have to sleep. You go a whole work week without sleeping, and then just sleep for 24 hours. Yeah, it'll all come out in the wash. It'll all work out. I will say, I think I see a shark out here in the distance. Yeah, there you are. Yeah, look at this guy. What an interesting looking fella. Huge bulbous eyes move about on large fleshy stalks, siphoning energy from its body. Its search is not over. I think with that sold, I'm calling it for the day. I might come back to Dredge, try to catch literally every single fish, and I may do it, I may not. I don't know, but okay, regardless, it's been fun, man. I love Dredge. Such like a, I don't know, I really love these like atmospheric, like little indie horror games. Like, I would say like Dredge and Inscription hold like the same place in my heart or my mind. Whereas it's like simple idea, done really well, does not overstay its welcome. Like, it's really nice, man. And it's kind of a shame. It's kind of a shame that it's like a lot of games would rather be like generic, boring, and padded out rather than like take an interesting idea, do something fun with it, do something simple with it, have it not be that long, have it not be that expensive, and just make a fantastic game. Well, anyway, for now, I bid you adieu. See you next time, possibly, or see you never. Who knows?